Good Sunday morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 at the 2022 Peacock Classic. I'm Andrew Pfeffer with Bowling with the Pfeff. Happy to bring you another day of NCAA bowling action. Really glad you're with us this morning and hope you're looking forward to seeing some great competition on the lanes as we determine a champion, an all-tournament team, an MVP, all that good stuff coming up during the course of this live stream. So we are here today because we've gotten here after a couple of days of great competition. The ladies did Baker games the first day and traditional games yesterday. So let's take a look at some of the standings going into today. Right now the ladies are doing open practice, meaning they are warming up on pairs that are not their competition pair. After that, they will move to their competition pair, take a few shots, and then get going. So here are the team standings following day 2 of competition. Right now, Valparaiso leading the field, 9,243 pins with a 9-1 match record. Marion of Wisconsin, the second place team right now at 9,140 total pins with a 9-1 match play record. Aurora of Illinois in third place, 8,809 total pins with an 8-2 match record. Our fourth place team Quincy with 8,600 total pins, a 4-6 match play record. And Carroll College of Waukesha, Wisconsin in fifth, Augustana of Illinois in sixth, North Central of Illinois in seventh, and Illinois Wesleyan in eighth of our 8-team field. So yesterday we had some traditional games, 5 traditional games, and the traditional games are really what determine our all-tournament team, our MVP, and this is how things stack up as far as individuals after day 2, after those 5 traditional games. Caitlin Cavender of Valparaiso leading the field with 1,005, plus 5 for 5 games. In second place, Carly Cesario of Aurora with 995 or minus 5. Isabella Palomaro of Valparaiso at minus 11. Lilu Smith, her teammate at Valparaiso, at 975 or minus 25. And Maddie Lathrop rounding out the top 5 from Augustana of Illinois at minus 27 or 973 for 5. And 678, Brenna Shakira of Marion, Jenna Betts of Marion, and Jasmine Coburl, also of Marion, to round out the top 8. There is one more traditional game to throw. And as I said before, that's going to determine who ends up being on the all-tournament team, on getting awards, and possibly even the MVP for this event. So a lot on the line in this first game of competition today on Championship Sunday. We've mentioned it before. Here's what the oil pattern looks like. It's a 40-foot pattern, and there is only one oiling of the lanes. The ladies will burn it up. There is no re-oil. So what you see is what you get, and after a few games, yeah, the shot ends up looking a little bit different than it did to start things off. So as I said, the ladies are in open practice right now. This is our live stream pair, 21 and 22. You've got Aurora of Illinois warming up. Off to the right, you can see Valparaiso, the top-seeded team, on 23 and 24. And the other teams spread out on the other pairs. As we have all weekend, we're using 17 through 36 here at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa, our host center. And it's going to be a great day of competition. Really looking forward to seeing these ladies do battle and determine a champion here at the Peacock Classic. Again, the ladies in open practice right now, meaning they are not on their starting pair for competition. They do this for, I believe, about 12 minutes before they report to their starting pair for the event. Thanks to all of you who are watching live. If you are watching live, let us know where you're tuning in from. You know, you can give your favorite school or student athlete a shout out here. We'll be happy to put it up on the screen, read it on the stream, and let your faves know that they've got some support today. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. If you're watching on replay, you can always comment, as these hardworking student athletes would appreciate that all the same. I've said it a number of times, but I really can't say enough how fortunate I feel to have had the partnership with Coach Nicole DePaul of Upper Iowa University, the host school for this event. She has certainly made me feel at home here at the center and throughout the weekend. And the organizers, with keeping track of scores and updating them super fast, has just been outstanding. If you've bowled a number of tournaments, you know it can be a mixed bag. Sometimes results come quickly. Sometimes you're waiting a while. But here in Waterloo, the updated scores and standings have been coming out very quickly. And that's given us an opportunity to put them up on the live stream and give our viewers some context as to what they're seeing, what position each of these teams and individuals is in during various points of the tournament. Thanks to Robert Cosby for checking us out on our live stream. He wants to tell Olivia Cady that Grandma and Grandpa wishes her good luck. Olivia, if I'm not mistaken, one of the members of Illinois Wesleyan. Yep, Illinois Wesleyan University. She is from Broadwell, Illinois. And I'm looking off to the right. Illinois Wesleyan right now on lanes 29 and 30, a little out of our field of view. But I'm sure that she appreciates that from Grandma and Grandpa. Yes, sir, from Illinois Wesleyan University. And Illinois Wesleyan has been on our live stream pair over the course of the weekend. There are two separate YouTube pages on the Bowling with the Fef channel where you can see days 1 and 2 of the competition. And they will be there in replay form for perpetuity. So for those who would like to relive some of the action that we've seen this weekend, we've had excellent interviews with coaches from Valparaiso, Marion University, and Carroll University over the course of this 3-day event. And if you didn't have the chance to see it live or just want to take another look, I'd encourage you to check it out.
Teams, at this time, please hold up on your open practice. At this time, please hold up on your open practice. You'll have approximately 5 minutes to move to your competition pair.
So now the teams will report to their competition pair. As you can see, the Aurora team picking up equipment and heading off screen. Mr. Cosby says thanks for that, and that they watched 2 live and the replay of day 1. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Thank you so much for checking us out, supporting Olivia and your favorite team, Illinois Wesleyan. We certainly appreciate it.
At this time, teams, you may begin your 10 minutes of practice on your competition pair. Please start on your non-starting pair for 5 minutes.
So now the teams are starting practice on the pair that they'll start competition on with one last traditional game. You can see at the bottom of the screen, North Central of Naperville, Illinois, and Augustana of Rock Island, Illinois, setting up shop on our live stream pair 21 and 22. Augustana in the black jerseys and North Central in the red and black. Augustana is one of several teams that also have their own folks live streaming their event, following them around from pair to pair. Looks like a Facebook Live that they have up and running. So if you are a fan of Augustana, you can certainly follow them from pair to pair on their Facebook page. So this last traditional game that the ladies will take part in is the last shot at getting into the all-tournament team or tournament MVP. You can see the hardware there that they'll be vying for. Those good-looking, light-up, battery-powered trophies. One of the players to keep an eye on here on the Augustana team, Maddie Lathrop. You can see there she's in 5th place going into this final game. Just 2 pins out of 4th. But with a trio from Marion University on her heels. So Robert wants to know.
Please switch lanes for your next 5 minutes of practice. Please switch lanes for your next 5 minutes of practice.
Robert wants to know what time Wesleyan will be on the live stream pair, and I'm not really sure about that for a couple of different reasons. First of all, I don't have a schedule on hand as to which position is going to end up on which pair. What I can tell you is that the championship match, once we get into bracket play, will end up on this live stream pair. So whoever is involved in that will be here on 21 and 22. So looking down the center here, Wesleyan is currently on lanes 33 and 34. And they are crossing with Marion. It looks like there's a camera set up over there, and I'm not sure if that's for recording or live streaming. It may be worth it to check out Marion University's social media if Wesleyan is not streaming. Not that I want you to leave this stream, but, you know. Also want you to be able to keep track of your favorite team. So in just a few moments here, we'll get underway. Again, those team standings, Valparaiso in the top spot right now. Marion, about 100, a little more than 100 behind, with Aurora, Quincy, Carroll, Augustana, North Central, and Illinois Wesleyan rounding out the 8-team field. Again, after that last traditional game, we will have the scores and everything totaled up. And the ladies will finish off competition with bracket play, best 4 out of 7 Baker matches, Baker system. And if you watched day 1 of competition, hopefully you have a good understanding of the Baker system, where a team has 5 players bowling in the same line, the same game. First player bowls the 1st and 6th frames. Second bowls the 2nd and 7th. Third, the 3rd and 8th frames. Fourth, the 4th and 9th. And the anchor player bowls in the 5th and 10th frames of that game. So it's best 4 out of 7 matches. And if there happens to be a tie, so let's say each team wins 3, and in game 7 they tie, then there is a modified 6th through 10th frame Baker style roll-off to determine the winner.
Teams at this time, please hold up on your practice. Reset your machines to the first ball. Please hold up on your practice.
So as practice comes to an end, we will get a feel for who we'll see here on our live stream pair taking part.
Once again, you will be bowling this final round, traditional team games. Coaches, when you are finished with your match, please get your scores to Mike as quick as possible so we can set the bracket lane assignments. When your lanes are up and your arrows are up on the screens, you may begin your final traditional game competition. Good luck, ladies.
All right, so one traditional game before the seating is set for bracket match play. And again, these teams conferring with their head coaches right now, talking strategy, setting lineups, trying to get into the best position for success here in this final traditional game of the 2022 Peacock Classic. All right, and we're going to get going here with traditional game number 6, 6 of 6, and we will get started with Caitlin Frunt of Oswego, Illinois, Leading things off for North Central. Brooklyn hit for 5-pin. And Rose Klinger shakes them up for Augustana, a sophomore from Elmhurst, Illinois, starting things off the right way. And Sophie Osborne from Lisle, Illinois, connecting on a flush pocket strike. 21, you've got Jessica Ramirez throwing 10 back into the pit. And Sarah Stevanovic following suit. Talia Rohde for North Central on a Brooklyn hit, leaving a 5-8. Talia from Lockport, Illinois. And Abby Clark on the Augustana side from Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. Pushing it past the head pin, leaving a 1-3 to fire at in hopes of making the spare. Talia connects and picks up her spare. As does Abby Clark. So again on 22, we've got Maddie Lathrop, who is entering the day in the 5th position after day 2. And she pushes it right for a 1-2-4-10. And Maddie just pushes it by the head pin, gets 2 out, so we'll start things off with an open frame here in the 6th and final traditional game. Lindsay Yante with another open frame. Jessica Ramirez connects on 22. She's their team's average leader coming into the tournament. Doubles up to start competition on day 3. Osborne up high and leaves a 3-pin. Talia Rodi. A nice shot to end up with 20 in her first frame with a strike up in the second. Now Lily Ratledge on lane 22 working on a strike in her first frame. And a light hit leaves her with a 2-4-5. Stevanovic trying to will that ball to carry on a Brooklyn hit. She'll have a 5-9 to shoot at. Ratledge takes care of that spare, as does Stevanovic. Abby Clark connecting on 21, giving her 20 in the first with a strike up in the second. Maddie Lathrop on 21, again in that fifth position coming into today. Goes up high, leaves a 3-6. And she covers up the spare. Valparaiso, our tournament leader thus far, is on lane 26, and you can kind of see some of the shots that they'll throw off to the right. Right now they have 79 through a couple bowlers into the second frame. Caitlin Frunt with her third mark of the game, 3 for 3, filling frames. Jessica Ramirez working on a double, and connects for 3 in a row to start off this game. Half pocket 10 pin for Sophie Osborne, one of the seniors in our field today. And it was a nice recognition of those seniors before we started competition today. Each of the team's seniors out on the approach to applause from the folks gathered here today, and wished well in whatever they choose to do after their time in college, and college bowling is up. Stevanovic with a ring 10. Abby Clark stepping up on ring 22, working on a strike. Valparaiso finishing up their second frame, 136 through 2, with several marks up as we watch Clark connect for a double. Lathrop slides a little to the right of pocket, leaving a 2-4-5-8 bucket. Again, this is the final traditional game of our competition. After this, the organizers will work on seeding and individual scores, and then we'll move into bracket play, utilizing the Baker system as Lathrop covers that 2-4-5-8. There will essentially be 2 pools of competitors. The top 4 seeds on our end of the house, and the bottom 4 on the far end, the high side. And again, that will be best 4 out of 7 bracket matches. Rose Klinger getting a nice break there on the spare. A big thank you to all of you who are tuning in live today or have checked out the first 2 days of competition. This is Championship Sunday here at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa, at the 2022 Peacock Classic, brought to you by Brunswick and the Cedar Valley Sports Commission, and hosted by Upper Iowa University and Upper Iowa Bowling. Valpo about halfway through their third frame. The tournament leaders on the team side of things, 185 through 3. A couple marks up. Jessica Ramirez shakes him up for her 4th consecutive strike, 4 for 4 so far on this live stream pair. And Sarah Stevanovic from Augustana getting a strike as well. Here's Talia Rhodey working on a double, and she gets a 3rd. Abby Clark can't get that 7 out. Lily Ratledge connects on 22 for a strike. And Clark covers that 7-pin. Valparaiso, our tournament leader, as we've been talking about on lanes 25 and 26, crossing with Carroll University. You've got Aurora and Quincy on 29 and 30, and Marion and Illinois Wesleyan on 33 and 34. Maddie Lathrop connects for her first strike of this 6th traditional game. Again, she's in the 5th position coming into today. So a very important game when it comes to determining possible all-tournament team and MVP awards. And on the team side, trying to get the best position ahead of our best 4 of 7 bracket matches. Matching 2, 4, 5, 8s on our live stream pair of 21 and 22. Rose Klinger takes aim at hers and picks it up without a problem. Valparaiso has now hit the last 3 strikes on lane 25. They're at 292 as their 4th bowler in the 4th frame steps up. Jessica Ramirez with another strike. She's 5 for 5. And Sophie Osborne picking up a 3-6-10. Talia Rhodey up high, leaves just the 10-pin.
Come on, pick her up. You got it. Pick it up, sir. Pick it up. Watch those marks, girls.
Abby Clark hits another strike on 22. She's got 89 through 4 with a strike up in the fifth. Tournament leader Valparaiso with 329 through 4 frames.
There you go, Kelly.
Maddie Lathrop hits a double. Lathrop in 5th place individually coming into today. With a host of Valparaiso beacons ahead of her. We saw Caitlin Cavender convert a baby split. She has 59 through 3 with a spare up in the 4th. Cesario is a little farther down. Can't quite see where she's at. Down on one of the higher end pairs. Probably about 8 or 10 lanes away from where we are right now. High hit for Caitlin Froon. She'll have a 6-pin to deal with. Rose Klinger makes quick work of the 1-2-4-7. Lilu Smith in the 4th spot coming into today from Valparaiso. She's left a 3.56 in her 5th frame. She's got 67 through 3, strike up in the 4th. So with a spare there, she'd have 87 through 4 with a spare up. And she takes one off of that. Jessica Ramirez up high, leaves a 4-7-10. Stevanovic connects for a strike on 21. So Smith of Valparaiso with 93 through 5. Abby Clark up high, leaving a 4-7. And there's a flush strike from Talia Rohde from North Central. Maddie Lathrop stepping up in the 6th frame, working on a double. And off to the right, she'll end up with a 1-2-4 to pick up. Pretty close match on our live stream pair right now. Augustana with just a 2-pin lead at this moment against North Central. Lathrop takes care of the spare. She'll have 91 through 5 with a spare up in the 6th. Over on 25 and 26 where Valparaiso is bowling, Isabella Palomaro, who entered today in the 3rd position, 989, has 72 through 5. And Caitlin Cavender, the leader individually at +5, has 79 through 4 with a strike up in the 5th. There's a nice 5-6 conversion by Lily Ratledge of North Central. On 25 and 26, Valparaiso just finished up their 5th frame. They have 425 through 5. Again, they are leading things in the tournament thus far. 9,243 total pins, about 100 better than Marion. It's Caitlin Frunt strikes on lane 21. Jessica Ramirez on lane 21, leading things on this pair with 143 through 6. And she strikes to follow up that open that she had in the 6th. Sophie Osborne gets 2 out of that 2-8-10 split. And there's a spare for Talia Rodi. Again, this is the 6th and final traditional game of our competition here at the 2022 Peacock Classic. From a team standpoint, Valparaiso leading things by about 100 sticks over Marion University of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Abby Clark, half pocket, splashes out the 7. And that'll give her 129 through 6 with a strike up in the 7th. Now Maddie Lathrop. 91 in the 5th with a spare up in the 6th. And she knocks out the 9 for a high pocket strike. And doing her best to stay alive for the all-tournament team. You can see some of the pin fall off to the left. We got Grace Bunch from North Central and Kennedy Sawyer from Augustana hitting the practice pair ahead of our best 4 of 7 Baker matches. Up high for Sophie Osborne. She'll take aim at that 6 pin. Jessica Ramirez on the light hit gets the 5 to wobble and fall. She just has the 1 blemish in the 6th frame. Other than that, it's been all strikes as she hits a double in the 8th frame. Tournament leader Valparaiso has finished their 6th frame. They have 493 through 6th with 3 marks up. Ooh, a pocket 710 for Talia Rodi. Again, the 3 individual contenders from Valparaiso. Lilu Smith, who's heading up in the 7th, has 93 through 5 with a spare up in the 6th. Isabella Palomaro, 72 through 5 with a strike up in the 6th. And Smith just struck to give her 113 through 6 with a strike up in the 7th. And Caitlin Cavender, the leader coming into today, individually speaking, has 99 through 5 with a spare up in the 6th. Maddie Lathrop carries on 21 for a double. And that'll give her 111 through 6 with a double up. So doing her best to keep pace with that trio from Valparaiso.
Nice shot, Lily.
Carly Cesario from Aurora, who's down on the high end, a little past our field of vision. And the three ladies from Marion, who are just behind in the 6th, 7th, and 8th spots coming into competition this morning. There's a spare for Lindsay Yante. Caitlin Frunt with a strike on 21. As Augustana maintains a narrow lead over North Central. Sophie Osborne connects on 22. Jessica Ramirez trying to steer that ball into the pocket. She does. Another three-bagger. Talia Rhodey holding up. There was a pin hanging out back there, but the shaker board just took it off out of that right channel. Abby Clark connects for a third strike in a row. She's got 129 through 6 with 3 strikes in a row. After that, Valparaiso, tournament leader, has finished up the 7th frame. They have 570 with 4 marks up in the 7th. Maddie Lathrop crushes a strike, her 3rd in a row, 111 through 6, and 3 consecutive strikes after that in the 7th, 8th, and 9th to set her up for the 10th frame. And she is in the 5th position individually coming into play today. On the Valparaiso pair, you may have seen Lulu Smith connect for a strike on lane 25, in the upper right corner of your screen. She has 113 through 6 with a double in the 7th and 8th. And she is another one who is in the top 5 coming into today, and 4th coming into play today. Yante gets 3 out there to end the North Central 9th as we head into the 10th frame.
S-C-R-I-K-E, strike, strike, strike.
There's Klinger. Up high, leaves a 9-pin. Start off the Augustana 10th frame. And a 10-pin on a crossover hit from Kaylin Frunt. Covers that spare. Off on the Valparaiso pair, you could see on 25 that spare conversion from Caitlin Cavender, the leader coming into play today, the individual leader. She has 126 through 7 with a spare up in the 8th. Klinger for Augustana finishes her game with a 153, and Frunt with a 168. Jessica Ramirez from North Central stepping up for her 10th frame on 22. She's got 143, 173 through 7th, the double up. Strike out for 263. Splashes them out. I would believe that this has got to be one of the higher games of the tournament. Individually, Ramirez finished play yesterday in 11th with 927 as she hits 5 more in a row, coming up in the fill ball with good count will be in the 260s with a max score of 263. Kennedy Sawyer coming in the third spot here for Augustana. And Ramirez finishes the job. 263 for Jessica Ramirez on the strength of the last 6 strikes in a row. She had the first 5 with the 1 blemish in that 6th frame. A tremendous game to finish traditional game play for Jessica Ramirez. Again, 9:27 coming into today. So she will finish things at -10 through the 6 games. And you got to wonder, is that enough to propel her into the top 5 for the all-tournament team? We'll find out. Over on the Valparaiso pair, Isabella Palomaro coming up in the 9th frame for Valparaiso. She's got 110 through 7 with a spare up in the 8th. Lilu Smith, 143 through 7 with a double up. Individual leader Caitlin Cavender, 126 through 7 with a spare in the 8th. Abby Clark with a spare in the 10th, 206 in the 9th with a spare up, and hit 226 with a strike on the fill ball. And Lily Ratledge splashes out the 4 and 5, leaving just the 2-pin. She can go spare strike for 147. Clark leaves the pocket 7-10. Good spot for that. She'll finish with 224. Clark started the day in 19th individually with 833 through the first 5. Now, Maddie Lathrop for Augustana working on 3 in a row, going into the 10th frame. And she crushes a strike on 21. She's got 111 through 6 with 4 consecutive strikes. She takes it off the sheet. She can end up with 231.
He says you have a better hand phone cheer. Oh, never mind. I don't know what she's talking about. Come on, Maddie.
Lathrop up high for a 4.6710.
Bounce it around.
She'll be in the 2 teens. She gets 2 out of this. We had 215. And again, added up with that 973. And she'll be close to even, minus a few pins. There's the 2. So minus 12. And Ramirez, I believe, has leapfrogged her to get into the top 5. We'll find out. But, yeah, 263, a huge game to finish off traditional game play for Jessica Ramirez from Lockport, Illinois. On the Valparaiso pair, which you can see off on the right side of your screen, Lilu Smith up in the 10th. She's got the first strike in the 10th, one of 4 in a row that she's put together, and leaves a 7-pin and a half pocket hit. She can cover that up for 222. And again, without an idea of what the Marion players have done, it's a little tough to determine exactly who's in that top 5. So Smith covers the 7. She finishes with 222. And that will put her up to minus 3 for the tournament. We're going to take a little break here. I will put the microphone on mute. Once the other teams finish up their final traditional game, the organizers will get scores and seating together, and we will move on to our best 4 of 7 bracket matches here at the 2022 Peacock Classic at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa. Stick around. All right, thanks to Coach Sean Washington of Valparaiso. This is his live stream that you're looking at right now as Valparaiso, the tournament leaders, finishing out their 10th frame. That's Caitlin Cavender. Let's see on the stream. Yeah. 10th frame. Covering up that spare for 195. And that gives Valparaiso a total of 905 going into the final frame, and Noelle Duty finish off the 10 for the Beacons. Again, thank you to Coach Sean Washington and Valparaiso for allowing us to share their stream as Noelle Duty goes up high, leaves a 3-6-10. Again, Valpo, the tournament leader, coming into play today with 3 of the top 5 individuals in the tournament. So Duty covers the spare. That'll give them 915. And on the fill ball, since the stream is a little behind where we are right now, she did cross over for a Brooklyn strike, which you'll see in a moment here, giving them a total of 925 pins for their final game. So combined with their total from day 2, and I'd try and do some quick math, but I think the calculator is probably a better option. That'll give them a total of 10,168 for the tournament. We'll see how that stacks up against the other teams. So again, thanks to Coach Washington and Valparaiso for letting us look in live at their Facebook stream. If you're a fan of Valparaiso, again, they are streaming live on Facebook, following their team around from pair to pair. And we will be back in a few moments as the last of the teams finishes up their traditional game. And once the tournament organizers have all the scores together and get the seating down pat, we'll find out who we'll see in our best 4 of 7 bracket matches.
Teams, this concludes In the final match in the first round, on lanes 29 and 30, number 6 seed Carroll, number 7 seed North Central. So that's 29 and 30, Carroll versus North Central. I will give you about 5 minutes to get you guys moved so you can get things situated, and then we'll get practice going.
So UIU coach and tournament official Nicole DePaul just announcing where the different teams are going. And here on our live stream pair, we are going to have Illinois Wesleyan and Augustana, who you just saw in the last traditional game, the, I believe, 5th and 8th seeds. So Robert Cosby, hopefully you didn't go anywhere, because I know you were looking forward to seeing Olivia Cady and Illinois Wesleyan. Once we can get a hold of some updated scores, both team and individual, we'll bring those to you. And again, a big thank you to the folks from Upper Iowa University who are running this tournament, getting scores and standings done in short order. It's a huge help to the teams competing, the folks here that are taking in the action, and me trying to bring some context to all of you out there on this live stream. So again, you basically got 2 divisions, the 5th through 8th seeds and the top 4. And we will end up with the championship match here on our live stream pair, 21 and 22. That'll come up a little later.
As we start round 1 of the bracket, as a reminder, you will have 10 minutes of practice on your pair of lanes. Higher seed gets to choose which lane they start on at the conclusion of practice. Remember, it is best 4 out of 7 Baker format. If we go to a 3.5 tie, we will then go to a modified bracket where we will begin the competition on the 6th frame, and total pinfall will determine the match winner to move on into the bracket. Since we are in pods or pools, the 1st through 4th place will be in a pool, and the 5th through 8th place will be in a pool. We will make sure to get the brackets printed out and given to the coaches during the matches. At this time, when your lanes get turned on, you will have 5 minutes of practice on one lane, and then I will switch you at the 5-minute mark to the other lane.
So the teams will have the ability to practice 5 minutes on each lane. They'll start on one lane at Coach DePaul's announcement, we'll switch to the other, and then we'll get things started. So we'll try and give you a rundown of who is where. As we said, Illinois Wesleyan is right in front of us on lane 21, and Augustana on lane 22. Up in the right-hand corner, the pinfall that you see is Marion, right now practicing on lane 25, and Aurora practicing on 26. Over on lanes 29 and 30, you've got North Central of Illinois, Carroll University of Wisconsin. And on the high end, lanes 33 and 34, Valparaiso and Quincy. So as the teams switch over to the other side of the pair to continue and finish their practice, we are getting some updated scores and standings here. Let's start with the team results. As you can see, Valparaiso University with a 10-1 match record has their total of 10,168 pins and maintains their spot in first place. Again, Valpo off on the high pair for this best 4 out of 7 bracket match with Quincy, who is in the 4th spot. The 2 and 3 seeds, Marion University and Aurora University, are on 25 and 26. Marion with a matching 10-1 match record and 10,048 pins. And Aurora with an 8-3 match record and 9,639 pins. Here on the live stream pair, you're watching 5th seeded Augustana College of Illinois, a 6-5 match record with 9,269 total pins. Illinois Wesleyan, their opponent, the 8th seed, 0-11 match record, 5,948 total pins on the tournament. 6th and 7th seeds, Carroll University and North Central of Illinois, respectively. And then on the individual side, there you see Caitlin Cavender finishing with 1,200, an even 200 average to lock up the top individual seed. Her teammate Lilu Smith just below her, 1197 -3 for second place. Jessica Ramirez, who we saw on our live stream pair just blow apart the pair this morning with a 263, jumps up to the 3rd place spot with 1190 -10. Maddie Lathrop, who was also on our live stream pair from Augustana, in 4th place with 1188. And Brenna Shakira from Marion up to 5th with 1166. You can also see the 6th through 10th spots there for the individual standings. Again, that 263 that Ramirez shot on our live stream pair got to be one of the highest scores this weekend. She had the first 5, had a split in the 6th, which ended up as an open frame, and then ran the sheet after that with the last 6 in a row. Yeah, she had quite a look on this live stream pair, lanes 21 and 22. And that catapulted her from, I believe, 11th all the way up to 3rd. Again, the ladies finishing up their practice on our live stream pair 21-22 at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa. You are watching live coverage of the 2022 Peacock Classic.
At this time, please finish up on your practice. Reset your machines to the first ball. Higher seed will choose lane. It is best 4 out of 7 games. Coaches, when you are finished with your match, please make sure to get your score sheet to Mike so we can move us on into round 2. Once your scores are up, you can begin your round 1 bracket. Good luck.
So again, we have Illinois Wesleyan taking on Augustana. Illinois Wesleyan, the 8th seed. Augustana, the 5th seed. As we begin our best 4 of 7 bracket matches. Coaches, again, rallying their teams. Again, utilizing the Baker system as we did in day 1 of the tournament. So each of the teams will have 5 players. First leadoff bowler will bowl the 1st and 5th frames. Second player, first and 6th, I should say. Second player, 2nd and 7th. Third and 8th, 4th and 9th, and the anchor player 5th and 10th as we start out with Rose Klinger from Augustana and Sarah Buchmann from Illinois Wesleyan. Again, best 4 out of 7 in these bracket matches. So first to 4 will move on. And if there should be a tie, if it's a 3-3 situation with a tie game in the game 7, they will roll off in a modified 6th through 10th frame roll-off. Baker style roll-off. And it looks like the remaining pins may have reset on Sarah Buchmann. Meanwhile, Kennedy Sawyer up on lane 21 goes through the nose, leaves a 3-4-6-10 combination. Thanks much to those of you who are joining us live here, as well as those who are taking this in on replay after the fact. Sawyer takes 3, and Augustana has 25 through 2. Again, in these Baker games, the teams go on 1 lane for the entire game and then switch lanes for the 2nd, switch back for the 3rd, and so on. There's Sophie Osborne crushing a strike on 21. As the crew here at Cadillac XBC resets the spare for Sarah Buchmann of Illinois Wesleyan. There's a double for Augustana. Maddie Lathrop taking the 4th position. And Abby Clark up on 21 in the anchor spot. Looks left. Twists between the 5 and 6. Knocks them both down. She'll leave the 10. Oreo Beard up on lane 22. Following an open from Buchmann. And she crosses over, leaves the 6 pin. Again, this is the 5th and 8th seeds in the tournament. Valparaiso are a top seed, way down on the high end on lanes 33 and 34. So with Clark's spare, Augustana has 74 through 4 with a spare up in the 5th. And Wesleyan with 18 through 2. And the only reason they're a little behind is because the spare needed to be reset in that first frame.
We're going to get some scratch-offs on the way home.
Rose Klinger looking at a split. Olivia Cady up on 22. Splashes a few on a light Brooklyn hit and leaves herself with a 3 pin. Klinger puts the 2 around the 4. So in the 4th spot for Wesleyan is Lena Chavera. As she's in their 4th frame. Kennedy Sawyer for Augustana. The junior crosses over, leaves a 5-10. And Sawyer just misses that 5 pin on the left. That'll leave them with 107 through 7. Wesleyan anchor player Shay Atkins crosses over and strikes. And 27 through 4 with a strike up in the 5th. Sophie Osborne going with a 2-4-10 split on 21. Sarah Buchmann misses the 1, 3, 6, and 9. Give them 49 through 6, while Augustana has 114 through 8. And a strike for Maddie Lathrop. Oreo Beard hits pocket. Can't carry out the 5 and 8. Again, Lathrop, one of the top individual finishers. We saw her on the live stream pair in our last traditional game. She finished -12 for the tournament, 4th place overall individually, as Abby Clark leaves a 4-7 combination. Over on 25 and 26 as Beard picks up the spare. 25 and 26 where Aurora is taking on Marion. Marion up in the 10th right now, 173 through 9. And a healthy lead on Aurora. The 3 seed. And Clark covers the spare. 134 through 9 with a spare up. Give them a maximum score of 154. Olivia Cady up on 22 with 6 count, giving them 65 through 7. With some good count, Augustana is going to win this first game. And that'll do it. So the 5th seed, Augustana, finishing out with 151. And a solid first game win in this best 4 of 7 bracket match with Illinois Wesleyan. In the upper right, that was Marion hitting a double in the 10th. And they're going to win their first game going away. As the 3 seed Aurora finishing with 167. Marion with a strike in the 10th, or in the fill ball of the 10th rather, can finish with 203. Shay Atkins finishing things up for Wesleyan, leaving a 3-pin. And Marion did finish with a 203. So a strong start to these best 4 of 7 bracket matches for Marion, the 2 seed. And Wesleyan finishes with 89 in game 1. And we will move on to our second of our best 4 of 7 here on our live stream pair. The 2 teams to switch lanes. And we'll get going.
Thank you.
Buchmann starting out with a strike on 21. Klinger with a 3-6-9 combination to go after. And she takes 2 off of that, giving Wesleyan an early lead. Kennedy Sawyer playing right up the ditch and puts the 6 right around the 10. She'll have a teammate pass a spare ball over as she takes a crack at that 10 pin. Beard with a 7 count. That'll give them 24 through 2. And give Augustana a chance to get back in the match.
All right, come on. Come on, so.
So it is a 6-pin lead for Wesleyan through 2. And Olivia Cady, the 6 count, 1, 2, 3, 5 to shoot at. Sophie Osborne rattles the rack for a strike. As she tries to rally the rest of the team. And it'll be Maddie Lathrop in the 4th frame. Katie covers the spare. Keep things nice and tight here in game 2. Lathrop up high, leaving a 4-pin. And Lathrop covers that pin up. Lena Chavera, and her second shot in the 4th. It's an 8 count. They'll have 42 through 4. And Augustana takes a 16-pin lead with Abby Clark going up high, leaving a 6-10. And Shay Atkins connects on lane 21. So we get Wesleyan back in it. And Clark takes care of that 6-10. Give them 56 in the 4th with a spare up in the 5th. Sarah Buchmann, right of the head pin, leaves a 1-2-4. Klinger from Augustana, the high hit, that head pin twisting between the 4 and 7, carrying out that strike. Give them 76 through 5 with a strike up in the 6th. And a lead over Wesleyan, who has 70 through 6. Kennedy Sawyer playing that far outside line. Can't quite climb the hill, ends up with an 8-10 split. Just hooks by the 8 pin. So that'll give Augustana 102 through 7. And Oreo Beard with a 6 count. Sophie Osborne almost tripping out that 10 pin, but it stays. She'll grab a spare ball and fire away. Olivia Cady up on 21. Trying to build on 76 through 7 for Wesleyan. Goes up high. Leaves a 310. And Osborne takes care of the 10. Over on the far pair, 33 and 34, it looks like Valparaiso just finished off a 2-13 game. And Quincy, with a spare strike in the 10th, can get up in the 130s, so they have a strong lead there. Maddie Lathrop looking at a 6-7 split. And Lena Chaveria going after a 1-2-4. So Augustana with 129 through 9. And Chaveria takes 1. That'll give them 92 through 9. So that'll be enough for Augustana to win their second of this best 4 of 7 against the 8 seed Wesleyan. As Clark goes through the face, leaving a 4-6-7. And Shea Atkins, reigning 10 pin. The Marion Aurora pair. Aurora working on 116 in the 8th, the strike up in the 9th, as Marion has 125 through 9. Carly Cesario hits a double for Aurora, and they look like they're going to end up taking game 2 of that match. Atkins covers the 10. down on the fill ball for Atkins to give them 110. So it's 138-110 in game 2. Augustana going up 2-0 over Illinois Wesleyan in our best 4 of 7 bracket match between the 5 seed Augustana and the 8 seed Illinois Wesleyan. Bowling brought to you by Brunswick, the Cedar Valley Sports Commission, and our tournament hosted here at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa by Upper Iowa University and Upper Iowa Bowling. As we start up game 3 with Rose Klinger of Augustana. She connects for a strike on 21 to the delight of her teammates. Sarah Buchmann leaving a 1, 3, and 8. Sam Novak in that 2 spot for Augustana. Crosses over, leaves a 5-9. Again, the 5th seed Augustana versus the 8th seed Illinois Wesleyan right now. As Novak takes down the spare, giving them 20 in the first with the spare up in the second. And an early lead for Augustana in game 3. Sophie Osborne crosses over and connects on lane 21. 40-2 for Augustana with a strike up in the third. As Oreo Beard from Wesleyan gets up her second shot in the second, trying to get the Titans back into this. Maddie Lathrop hits pocket. That's 6 sitting in the channel, so she'll end up with a 10 pin to shoot at. Lathrop slides off into the channel just to the right of that 10 pin. They'll end up with 68-4 and maintaining a strong lead over Wesleyan after going up 2-0 in this best 4 of 7 bracket match. Here's Abby Clark. Another 10 pin. And Clark covers that 10 with no problem. Chavera almost converting the spare there. We'll give them 29 through 4. And a strike for Rose Klinger in the Augustana 6th. Shea Atkins with a 7 count in the 5th for Wesleyan. Again, the third game here in this best 4 of 7 bracket match. Augustana, the 5th seed, leading Illinois Wesleyan 2 games to none. As we've got a little delay here. So we have the staff from Cadillac XBC can fix the pin setter on lane 21. This is Sarah Buchmann for Wesleyan. Sliding by the head pin, leaving her with a 1-3-6. Sam Novak up high, leaving a 3-6-10. And Buchmann misses all 3 of those. Wesleyan with 43 through 6. And a lot of work to do to get back into this one. They're going to need some help too. And Novak hooks it past all 3 of those. So 112 through 7 for Augustana. And Sophie Osborne, senior from Lisle, Illinois. Oreo Beard leaving a 3-pin. And Osborne goes Brooklyn, carries it out for a strike in the Augustana 8th frame.
Well, yeah, usually it's because I ride them. That's all like really good.
Come on, Maddie.
Like I was going to Kentucky to walk. Seriously?
Maddie Lathrop right through the nose for a 4-6-7 split. And Olivia Cady up on 22. They're going to need to spare here and some strikes to get back in this game 3. As Maddie Lathrop takes aim at this 4-6-7 split on the left. And gets one off that 3-pin combination to give them 138 through 9. Abby Clark will have the 10th for Augustana. Hear the cheers coming from the Marion team as they hit a strike in the 8th. Abby Clark looking at a 6.79.
I guess you.
And despite the back-to-back splits in the 9th and 10th for Augustana, they're going to take game 3 as well. So a 3-0 lead for the 147 game in game 3. Puts Augustana on the brink of taking this first match in 4 straight. So we move on to game 4 between the 5 seed Augustana and the 8 seed Illinois Wesleyan. In our first best 4 of 7 bracket matches. Augustana will start out with Rose Klinger from Elmhurst, Illinois, as they have in the first 3 games. And Wesleyan counters with Sarah Buchmann from Wilmette, Illinois. It's a different kind of pressure for teams that are taking part in Baker games versus traditional games. Buchmann takes down that spare, and Klinger does as well. Each player responsible for 2 frames in each Baker game count, filling frames. That can mean a lot. It can mean the difference between a win and a loss. So 10 pin for Sam Novak. And a 7 count for Mario Beard, who will take aim at a 1-2-4 in the Wesleyan second frame. Pretty tight match early. Augustana trying to maintain a 2-pin lead. But Novak hooks it past the 10. And they'll have 28 through 2. Sophie Osborne, a little bit left off her hand, 6-10. Left for her in the third frame. Olivia Cady for Wesleyan taking 3 off the right. As Sophie makes her spare. Can't stress enough how great a job the tournament officials here are doing at pumping out scores and updated standings game by game. As soon as we learn the latest from them after this first best 4 of 7 bracket match is complete, we'll pass that along to you, and we'll have a new match here on our live stream pair of 21 and 22. Again, this is where our championship match will take place. And you'll see it live here on the Bowling with the Fef channel. Maddie Lathrop taking down the 6'10 for Augusta. They have 46 through 3 with a spare up in the 4th. Elena Chavera, 7 count, giving them 39 through 4. Abby Clark up a little high, leaving a 4-7. And Shay Atkins, a 5-pin remains off that light hit. Clark hits that oil in the middle of the lane, slides by the 4-7, giving them 72 through 5. Atkins slides by the 5-pin, so they stand at 48 through 5. 24-pin lead for Augustana, who responds with a strike from Rose Klinger. Sam Novak up high, leaving a 6-7 split in the Augusta 7th. And Sarah Buchmann converting the 1, 3, and 8 in the 6th for Illinois Wesleyan, who is trying to get back in this game. So Novak takes out the 6 there. All important count on that split since he's coming off a strike. 1 pin essentially counts for 2, and they have 100 through 7. Oreo Beard a little right, leaving a 1, 2, 8, 9. All right. 210 off of that light hit for Sophie Osborne. And she puts it back through. So Augustana will have 108 through 8 with Olivia Cady up in the Wesleyan 8th. Spare here can get them within 17. But there's Maddie Lathrop with a flush strike on 22 in the 9th. Abby Clark up high, leaving a 3-10 baby split. And an 8 count for Lena Chavera. So the best Wesleyan can do here is 121 with a spare and 3 in the 10th. And Augustana already has that and more, so they're going to move on, winning the first 4 games in this best 4 of 7 bracket match. They finished with a 136 in game 4. We'll try to get you some updated scores and standings as they become available here. As Shay Atkins finishes up the 10th for Wesleyan. We'll be back in just a moment here. All right, so we are heading to our championship match here on our live stream of the 2022 Peacock Classic here at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa. Marion of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin just got done defeating Aurora of Illinois. They'll take on the top seed Valparaiso in a best 4 of 7 bracket match to determine the champion here on 21 and 22. So based on the bracket format, all 8 teams are bowling in this last game of competition. You'll have a match for 3rd place in the tournament. Another for 5th, and one for 7th. The 5th place match involving Augustana, who we just saw defeat Illinois Wesleyan. And Wesleyan will be in the 7th place match. So again, best 4 out of 7 in the Baker style. If there should be a tie, a 3-3 tie with the teams tying in the 7th game, there would be a modified Baker format consisting of a 6th through 10th frame roll-off. And really, it stands to reason that these 2 teams should be competing for the title. Valparaiso has led the tournament most, if not every step of the way, and Marion has been close behind. Again, in the lion's share of this event. Also, most of the individual awards come from these 2 teams, the all-tournament team. It'll be comprised of 3 of the 5 from Valparaiso or Marion. So you'll see the championship match here live in just a moment between the top-seeded Valparaiso and 2nd seed Marion. Over on 25 and 26, Augustana will go up against Carroll to determine who finishes in 5th place. On 29 and 30, you have Quincy against Aurora, battling for 3rd place, and on 33 and 34, Illinois Wesleyan, the 8th seed, against North Central College, the 7th seed, to determine who will finish 7th place in our event. After our competition is done, we will have an award ceremony here. Tournament organizers will hand out awards to the all-tournament team, the all-tournament MVP, and the team champions, runners-up, and third-place teams.
Teams, at this time, you may begin your 10 minutes of practice. You will get 5 minutes on one lane, 5 minutes on the other.
So, as practice starts up for these teams, they'll have the opportunity to practice on one of the lanes for 5 minutes and the other for the second 5. This is actually the first time we've seen the Marion team on the live stream pair since Friday, the first day of our competition here in Waterloo. Valparaiso has been here several times. You can find interviews with both coaches on our previous days' live streams. The replay versions are available on this channel. We spoke with Valparaiso coach Sean Washington at the conclusion of day 1 of the tournament. And at the end of day 2, we heard from Marion head coach Dan Miller. And hopefully we can have a word with the eventual champions of this event after this is said and done. So the format definitely lent itself to more games being bowled on each of these pairs in the previous 2 days. With all 5 of the 5-game Baker matches on day 1 and 5 individual games on day 2. So it would seem they're not quite as burned up as they may have been at the end of competition on those first 2 days. And we have seen some scores being thrown on this pair as well. The highest of them, Jessica Ramirez, with a 263 in the last traditional game to catapult her into the all-tournament team.
champions at this time please switch lanes for your next 5 minutes of practice?
So the teams will flip-flop, finishing up practice.
As a reminder, higher
the other
seed
lane.
will have lane choice for your match.
And Valparaiso will decide which lane both teams start on to start our championship match. Big thanks to those of you who are joining us for championship match now of the 2022 Peacock Classic at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo, Iowa, the first NCAA women's bowling event in the state of Iowa. NCAA women's bowling dating back to 2004. And kudos to Upper Iowa University head coach Nicole DePaul for putting this event together for these talented competitors. Hopefully the competitors would agree when I say that things have run very smoothly here. So again, tournament officials will hand out awards and recognize the team champions, runners-up, and third place, along with the all-tournament team after competition ends here. And we hope to have a word with some of the high finishers, perhaps the champion, coach of the champions, and maybe a player or two. We'll see who's willing.
this time, teams, please hold up on your practice. At this time, please hold up on your practice. Please hold up on your practice. At the conclusion of this round, we are going to have our awards presentation. We would love to have everyone stick around. We've had some interesting movement going on in the individual stand-ins for all tournament team. When your arrows are up, when your screens are up and your arrows are up, you may begin your final round of competition at the 2022 Peacock Classic.
All right. So it's Valparaiso versus Marion. The 1 and 2 seeds doing battle here on lanes 21 and 22 for the 2022 Peacock Classic Championship. A best 4 of 7 Baker match. And teams confer with their coaches. And we will get underway. Valparaiso will start with Lilu Smith. From Galena, Ohio. And the lefty starts things off with a strike. On the Marion side, it's Isabel Barber starting things off. Crosses over, carries him out. And it's a strike apiece. There's Isabella Palomaro for Valparaiso. Up high. Trips out the 4, but 6 and 7 remaining. And there's Brenna Shakira from Waukesha, Wisconsin, hitting an early double for Marion. Another high hit, 6'10" for Addison Jessic. Palomaro gets 1. And a spare for Marion. Here's Addie Bates on 21. Trying to cut the early deficit. Crosses over. Slaps out the 9. Jenna Betts shoots it a little past the break point. Leaves a 1-2-4-10 washout. On the Valpo side, it's Caitlin Cavender up high. Leaves just the 6. And Jenna Betts takes care of that washout. Pam Corbell saying, "Go Marion," cheering on her team. Here's Alyssa Ritchie from Minooka, Illinois, in the anchor spot up high, leaving a 6-pin. 21, we've got Noelle Duty up high and leaving a 3-pin. Marion up by 16 right now in the early going. And Ritchie takes care of the 6-pin. And Duty just takes down that spare. Hey, it all looks the same on the score sheet, right? Jasmine Coberl up high, leaving a 2-4-7. And Lilu Smith a little light. And she'll try and cover a 3-5-6. Jasmine, no problem with that spare, and they've got 100 through 5 with a spare up in the 6th. Bowling brought to you by Brunswick, the Cedar Valley Sports Commission, and our tournament hosts, Upper Iowa University and Upper Iowa Bowling. Lilu Smith with the spare to keep them in the hunt. They're down 16 right now. A little light there for Brenna Shakira, and leaves a 2-10 split. Oh, Isabella Palomaro smacking out the 9 and carrying that strike. That'll tighten things up a little bit in this match. Shakira runs a little left and misses both the 2 and the 10. And that'll give them 126 in the 7th. Addie Bates from Valpo can give her team the lead with a strike here. Flush pocket, dead solid, perfect. Valpo double puts them in the lead. Addison Jasic answers with a strike of her own. Now Caitlin Cavender on the left. Trying to add to that Valpo lead. Up high, trips out the 4, but not the 9. She'll go after that spare. Here's Jenna Betts for Marion. That one jumped up high, 4, 6, and 7. And a spare for Cavender. So as we head into the 10th frame here, Valpo 153 through 8 with a spare in the 9th, and Marion with 154 in the 9th after splits and open frames in the 7th and the 9th frames. Noelle Duty for Valparaiso goes up high, leaves a 3-6-10. She picks this up and gets a good count. That'll do it in game 1. Alyssa Ritchie gets that first strike in the 10. They're not a 10th. They're not going to go away quietly. They'll make her think about that spare. And she pushes it by the 3-pin. They end up with 179. If Ritchie can hit this second strike with some count, they will win game 1. And she does. Stuffs it into the pocket. Takes them all down. What a great clutch shot. 6 or more is a winner on the fill ball. That'll do it. So Marion takes game 1, 183 to 179 on a clutch double in the 10th by Alyssa Ritchie. Two teams switch lanes and get ready to go here for game number 2 in this best of 7 bracket match. Light crossover hit for Isabel Barber. Smith in the pocket, leaves 7. Down that 9-pin. Filled that first frame for Marion. And Smith gets hers as well, so we're all knotted up after a frame. Brenna Shakira in there for a strike to give them 20 after 1 with a strike up in the second. Isabella Palomaro matches it. So we are again tied after 2 frames, both teams with a strike and a spare and a strike. Addison Jassic takes down the 10 late and gives Marion a double. Patty Bates matches him again. Jenna Betts a little light, a 2.58. Teams trading blows in this championship match. Caitlin Cavender a little light for a 2.45. Betts covers that 3-pin combination, 67 through 3 with a spare up in the fourth. Cavender gets all three. And we are again tied. Blow for blow, these teams are giving it their all, trying to take this second game of our best 4 of 7 bracket match in the championship. Now, Alyssa Ritchie up in the 5th frame for Marion. Smacks out the 8-10 and gets them a 5th frame strike. 87 through 4 with a strike up in the 5th. Noel Duty. Oh, can't get that 4 to fall on a light hit. Duty covers the spare. 10-pin lead for Marion. Jasmine Coburl. Trying to make that spare to maintain that 1-pin lead for Marion. Lulu Smith up a little light 3.56 of 103 through 5. And leaving that spare to keep pace. Jasmine a little right or left on that spare. An open frame in the 6th leaves them with 115 through 6 and gives Smith a chance to give Valpo the lead. And she takes all 3 down. Eight-pin lead for the 1 seed, Valparaiso. Brenna Shakira up a little high. Leaves a 4-pin. Isabella Palomaro on the right. Up high, same lead. Shakira takes down the 4. 115 through 6 with a spare up in the 7th. Palomaro does the same. Their lead is now 7 pins. Addison Jasek, high pocket hit. 4 does not take down the 7. Addie Bates gets that one going left, but carries the Brooklyn. Jasek covers her spares, so Valpo with the lead going into the 9th, and Caitlin Cavender. Crushes the pocket for a double. Jenna Betts up a little high, leaves a 4-pin. So Marion with a spare and 3 in the 10th and gets a 203. Noel Duty in the 10th for Valpo. get to 211 with a 9 spare strike. Up a little high, leaves a 4-pin. Betts misses left on her 4-pin. So now Valparaiso is going to take game 2. Duty flags the 4-pin, but it's not going to matter. They end up with 199. And this one is going to be knotted up at 1 game apiece. So Valparaiso with 199, Marion 171. We are all tied up at a game apiece in this best of 7 bracket match for the championship of the 2022 Peacock Classic. Teams switch back to their original starting lane, and we are moving on to game 3. Lilu Smith starts things off for Valparaiso, kicks out the 7, and they're on the board with the first frame strike. Isabel Barber will lead things off for Marion. Wow, flush pocket hit, ball goes right by the 9. Isabella Palomaro up high. 6-7-10 split. Barber all over that spare. Palomaro gets the 2 count. About 28 through 2. And Marion, chance to take an early lead with Brenna Shakira. Up light 2-7-8. And Addie Bates in the 3rd for Valparaiso slaps out the 10. Shakira gets all 3. Now Caitlin Cavender. Up high, big 4, 4-6-7-10. Addison Jasic on 22, trying to give her team a lead. Gets the 10 to fall. 37-2 with a strike up. And Marion is in business. 2 for Cavender, and Valpo has 54-4 and has some work to do in this third game as these two teams tied at a game apiece. Jenna Betts on the right lane. Leaves a 10. Duty up high, 3-6-10. That's cross lane at that 10 pin and pulled it left. So now 65-4. 11 pin lead for Marion. Duty gets all three. And now it's Alyssa Ritchie in the Marion fifth. Oh, an 8-10 on a half pocket hit. Not a great time for that, although it never is, to be the truth. Lilu Smith up on 21, flooring that ball to not to jump up, but it does go high. 2-4 for her to shoot at in the sixth frame. Ritchie misses both of those pins. And it's 73-5 for Marion. Still up by a pin. It's anybody's game. Smith covers her spare. And now it's Jasmine Coverall. The lefty half pocket hit. That 4 won't hit the 7, and she'll try and cover up that spare. Isabella Palomaro on the left, left it right. She'll have a washout to deal with. 1-2-4-10. Spare for Jasmine, and maintains that narrow lead for Marion in game 3. These two teams tied at a game apiece. And a 2 count there for Isabella. 96-7. And that'll bring up Addie Bates. Brenna Shakira hits the light hit strike in the 7th for Marion. Bates up high, knocks out that 4, just leaves a 10. Addison Jacek up high pocket, but trips the 4. That's a big double for Marion in the 7th and 8th. A little guidance from Coach Miller to Jenna Betts. She gets up for the Marion 9th. Bates covers the 10 with no problem. 96-7 with a spare up in the 8th, but Marion's got 93 through 6 with a double working. Bet, slight hit, carries it for 3 in a row. Caitlin Cavender. That's the light hit to fall. So Noelle Duty has the 10th for Valpo. She can strike out for 176. Melissa Ritchie. Certainly win this thing with a spare. May not even need that. That ends the debate right there. First striking the 10th for 4 in a row. Marion's going to take game 3, go up 2 games to 1. So Ritchie, whose strike wins the game for Marion, is going to take a seat as Alexis Jasic from West Bend, Wisconsin, comes in to fill the frame. Up high, leaves the 4-pin. Jasic takes down the spare. 202 for Marion, 154 for Valpo. Marion leading this thing 2 games to 1. We are in a best 4 of 7 bracket match for the championship at the 2022 Peacock Classic. As we start up game 4 with Isabel Barker for Marion, starting on lane 21. Crosses over. The 9 wiggles but won't fall. Lilu Smith up on 22. Up high, leaves a 4-pin. Smith, one of 2 Valparaiso bowlers in the all-tournament team. along with teammate Caitlin Cavender. And Barber takes care of the 9. And Smith covers the 4, so we're all knotted up after a frame. Here's Brenna Shakira for Marion. That's the light hit to go. Isabella Palomaro for Valparaiso up light, leaves a 2-4-5, and Marion takes an early lead. Addison Jasic goes up a little high, leaves a 3-10 baby split. Palomaro just takes down the 2-4-5. You can see the pinfall off to the left. A couple of players from Valparaiso practicing, getting loose. Jasic takes the 3 off the 10. And has 48 through 3. Here's Addie Bates from Valparaiso on the right. One left off her hand, but it's in the right spot for a Brooklyn strike. There's an early lead for Valparaiso in game 4. Marion's Jenna Betts up half pocket, leaves a 10. Caitlin Cavender on the Valparaiso side up high. 3-pin won't go. Cavender, the individual champion here at the Peacock Classic, and even 1,200 for the 6 traditional games today as Betts picks up her spare. And Cavender takes care of the 3-pin, so 57 through 3, opening up a 9-pin lead for Valparaiso. Alyssa Ritchie for the Marion 5th frame. Up high and left a 4-9. Here's Noelle Duty in the Valparaiso 5th. Also up high, but she just leaves a 3-6. Marion leading this match 2-1. Ritchie takes one of the 2. They'll have 75 through 5. Spare here, and Valpo's lead increases to 20. And chops the 3 off the 6. Lead just 9, but going to the 6th, anybody's game. Jasmine Coverall. Lulu Smith up high, 10-pin falls. She's got the 4-7 to deal with. Marion jumps out to a 1-pin lead. Brenna Shakira with the double. Marion goes up 11. Lulu hits the spare, 84 through 5 with a spare up in the 6th. Addison Jasic, half pocket hit, gets the left side to crumble, and it's 3 in a row for Marion. And Isabella Palomaro on a high pocket hit can't get the 9 to go. So it's Marion taking control in the late going of game number 4. That's up high for a 6-7-10 split. Palomaro covers the spare, so now things get a little interesting. That's cross lane at the 6-10. Gets 2 of them. As Addie Bates steps up on 22. Marion with 160 through 9. Strike out for 190. Valpo with a possible 213. They can string some strikes. Oh, but Bates goes up high, 4-6-7-9. Remember, Valparaiso is still a frame behind here, so she gets the 2. Then we're at 127 in the 8th. Still have 187 as a possibility. They can string 4 strikes. But Alyssa Ritchie with 3 in the 10th can shut them out. Oh, good try at it. Alyssa Ritchie in the Marion 10th. As high leaves a 4-pin. Caitlin Cavender up high on another split on the Valparaiso side. And now she's going to have to pick this up to give them a chance. Ritchie, no problem with that 4-pin. She can hit the strike on the fill ball for 180. Cavender gets 2. And that's going to do it in game 4. So Marion, on the strength of a 3-bagger in the 6th, 7th, and 8th frames, is going to take game 4 and go up 3 games to 1. Kylie Chandler taking the fill ball for Marion and saws the 5 out for a strike. So 180 to 143. Marion takes a 3-1 lead in this championship match at the 2022 Peacock Classic. They are now one more win away from a championship. Valparaiso with some work to do to get back into this best of 7 bracket match. So the coaches confer with their teams as we get set for game 5. Both teams had multiple splits in that last game, so you would think that there's an emphasis on making great shots, filling frames, as there typically is in an event with a somewhat demanding lane condition. All right, and we move on to game 5 as Valparaiso leads things off with left-handed Lilu Smith. Smacks out the 7 to give them a strike in frame number 1. Here's Isabel Barker leading things off for Marion. That one runs left on her, leaves her with a 5-10 split. Isabella Palomaro splashes the left side for Valparaiso with a double. They take a quick lead early in game 5. Coach Miller making a substitution here. Addie Bates connects for Valparaiso. They're in business with a 3-bagger to start out this game. Jasmine Cobrel just puts it right in front of the 10, almost converts that 5-10 split. Cavender up high for a 4-pin. Brenna Shakira on the Marion side. She snuck into the 5th spot on the all-tournament team. That last game, that last traditional game this morning. Cavender takes down the spare and maintains that lead for Valparaiso. Here's Addison Jasic in the Marion 3rd. Up high, leaves the 4. Now Noelle Duty on the Valparaiso side crushes the pocket. Valpo 99 through 4 with a strike up in the 5th. are making those good shots. There's a spare for Jasic. They need each and every one of them because they are down 3-1 in this championship bracket match. Now Lilu Smith crushes a strike. Valpo is rolling with a double in the 5th and 6th. Jenna Bates answers back. A strike in the 4th for Marion. Here's Isabella Palomaro up high, takes down the 4. 3 more in a row for the Beacons. Alyssa Ritchie up high, leaves a 4. Addie Bates, Valparaiso 8th, strikes again. There's 4 in a row. She covers the spare. 69 through 4 with a spare up in the 5th, but Valparaiso has definitely turned it up a notch in this game as Caitlin Cavender, the top individual in our tournament, leaves a 6-10. Jasmine Coverall, a light hit, leaves a 3 7-10. There's a spare for Cavender. So Noelle Duty up in the 10th can strike out for 257. The best Marion can do is 226. Light hit, takes down the 7. She's got the 2 and 8 standing. Almost makes that split. And with 95 in the 6th, this game is going to belong to Valparaiso. Takes the 2, not the 8, but it's not going to matter as Valparaiso finishes off at 234 in game 5. So Marion with a few frames to go, finish things out, a couple frames to go. Yeah, 8th, 9th, and 10th. To finish things out here in game 5. They will go into game 6 with a 3-2 lead as Valparaiso really turned things around on lane 21. Brooklyn strike for Addison Jasic. Jenna bats up high, leaves a 4-7, knocks out the 10. Goes cross lane with that plastic ball, no problem. And Richie will finish things off here in the Marion 10th. And a strike for Richie. Remember, after our competition has ended, stick around. We'll have an awards presentation here. Introduce you to our all-tournament team, our team champion, runner-up in third place. And hopefully we can have a word with some of those involved in taking home the top prizes here in Waterloo, Iowa. Alexis Jasek taking the second two shots in the Marion 10th. And a spare for Jasek. Leaves them with 175, 234, 175 in game 5. But Marion hanging on to a 3-2 lead as we head into game 6. Again, a best of 7 bracket match for the 2022 Peacock Classic Championship here on the Bowling with the Fef channel. Teams finishing up a great weekend of competition here at Cadillac XBC in Waterloo. So it's a 3-2 lead for Marion going into game 6. Isabel Barker will start things off for the Sabres. Brooklyn hit, doesn't take out the 10, and Lilu Smith goes up high, leaves a 4-7. Valparaiso ended up as the top seed in this bracket pool to determine the championship. As Smith covers her spare, they had a total of 10,168 pins. 120 better than Marion, who was the 2 seed coming into the bracket. Marion defeated Aurora, and Valparaiso defeated Quincy to get here to the championship match. Isabella Palomaro gets a strike for Valpo. Brenna Shakira on the light hit, trips out the left side. We are all knotted up after 2 frames. Here's Addie Bates. Crashing a strike. Looked a little surprised if that held, but it did. And there's a double for Valparaiso. Addison Jasic equals that strike and still tied after 3. Noel Duty now in the 4th spot, trips that 4 and 10 for their 3rd strike in a row. As Jenna Bates goes up high, leaves a 6-10. Now in the anchor position for Valparaiso, Caitlin Cavender. Hits pocket, but sends the 6 right around the 10. As Betts covers her spare. Covers that 10 pin and keeps it clean for Valparaiso, the number 1 seed in our tournament. Now Alyssa Ritchie for Marion in the 5th. Up high, he's a wiggling 6 pin. On the Valpo side, Lily Smith sends the 6 into the 8, can't take it down. That gives them 118 through 5. Spare try on that 8 pin on the way. Ritchie takes down the 6. And Marion 87 through 4 with a spare up in the 5th. Smith takes down the 8th with no problem. There's Brenna Shakira Jasmine Coverall in the Marion 6th frame. Collapses the rack on a high hit. Catches a nice break for Marion. Isabella Palomaro. That pocket strike for Valpo. It's a tight one here. Brenna Shakira needs a strike to keep them within 1. Oh, that's it right. Leaves a 2-4-10. Addie Bates up high, 6-10. Shakira covers it up. So now with 127 in the 6th and a spare up, they can pile up some strikes and still shoot 237. Takes up the light hit. Does Addison Jasic. Bates covers the spare. 158 through 7 with a spare in the 8th. So now Jenna Betts up through the nose, 6-7-10. Noelle Duty in the 9th. They still have 2:38 on the board. If she can strike here, and Caitlin Cavender can get 3 in the 10th. Goes up high, leaves a 4-pin. So with the spare, they still have a possible 227. Marion will take 2 out of that split. And they need to punch out for 205. All right, Duty makes that spare. Now Cavender basically just needs count. Up high, leaves a 6-pin. And that'll do it. So Valparaiso, who had been down 3-1, comes storming back. And is going to tie this thing up at 3 games apiece. Kylie Chandler taking the fill ball in the Marion 10th. And they'll end up with 193. Cavender, the top individual in the tournament, strikes on the fill ball, 216, 193. Valparaiso wins game 6, and we are tied at 3 games apiece going into the 7th game with the championship on the line. So the team that wins this next game takes the championship. If there should be a tie, then they would go to a modified Baker format, a 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th frame roll-off. So the two teams will stay on the lanes that they were on for game 6. Here we go. This is it. Isabella Barber, Marion first. Flush pocket strike to start things off. Lulu Smith on the Valparaiso side. Collapses the right side. I'll knot it up at 1. Brenna Shakira up high, leaves a 4-pin. Here's Isabella Palomaro. Snaps out the 10. Gives them an early double and the lead. So Addie Bates steps up in the third for Valparaiso. Chance to make it 3 in a row. Pressed that out, but it came back. Valparaiso rolling right now. Addison Jasic up light with a 2-4-5. 23-pin lead for Valparaiso with Noel Duty in the 4th frame. Duty up high, leaves a 4-pin. And Jasic takes care of the 2-4-5. Duty covers that 4, doing 79 through 3 with a spare up in the 4th. Here's Jenna Betts. Half pocket hit, leaves the 7. Now Caitlin Cavender for Valparaiso with a 23-pin lead. Up high, leaves a 6-pin. Betts covers the 7. You know they're thinking about each and every one of these spares. Cavender covers hers. Basically a 1 game for the championship. And Valparaiso leading right now. Here's Alyssa Ritchie. Up high, left a 6-10. She'll grab a spare ball and go cross lane at that. Lilu Smith. High flush pocket strike to give him 118 through 5. And a strike up in the 6th. Ritchie gets both. 74 through 4 with a spare up in the 5th. They need to start striking. Isabella Palomaro gets that strike for a double. As Marion looks to Jasmine Coverall right after Addie Bates gets up in the 8th. Half pocket hit. 6 won't take out the 10. 147 through 6. So with a spare, they can go off the sheet for 247. As Cobra leaves a 7-10. Marion's going to need to do some striking if they want to survive here. Bates takes care of the 10. Pace for a 227. Brenna Shakira on the Marion side hits a strike. They can sheet it for 221. Noel Duty up high. 4-pin falls, the 9 does not. Addison Jasic was a past the head pin. Leaves a 1-2-4. Makes that spare. Marion's got 201 if they can strike out. Duty makes the spare. A little count from anchor player Caitlin Cavender, and this one's going to be over. Up high, 6-10. That'll do it. Valparaiso is going to be your 2022 Peacock Classic champions. Cavender chops the 6 off the 10, but it doesn't matter. As the Valparaiso Beacons, the final game score of 213 to take the title. So Marion takes a 3-1 lead. Valparaiso comes storming back and takes the championship. Great tournament by both of these teams, making it to the championship match, and it was a doozy. 7 games to determine a champion here, but it's going to be the Valparaiso Beacons.
This concludes the 2022 Peacock
As the
Classic.
teams congratulate
We're going to get this
each
area
other.
cleaned up to give out our awards. So give us about 2 minutes here.
The organizers of the event are going to get the area in front of our live stream pair here ready for an awards presentation. We'll be here with that in just a moment.
Coaches, on behalf of Upper Iowa, I would love to thank you for coming to the first tournament hosted by us. It's been a long process of planning and building and creating, and so having all of you coming here for the first event, thank you. You've made this tournament a dream. It ran great, yeah? Now, we don't have our general manager down here. He's probably hiding behind the counter. If you wouldn't mind, oh, there he is. If you would all please give a hand to this gentleman, Nick. And then, I didn't even see you. And then also to our tournament officials, Mike and James. We all know them. I don't know where Mike is at. I think he's doing scores. Without them, we wouldn't be where we're at with NCAA women's bowling. To have a facility here to host it is so important. We all know what it's like to try to find a bowling center to practice at, but to have a facility like this to have a tournament is fantastic. So we have two special guests here in the building. I'd like to introduce you to President Duffy and First Lady Duffy, our esteemed people, if you will, for Upper Iowa University. I invited them to come because I wanted them to present the awards to our all-tournament team and also our MVP, as well as to third, second, and first place. So you guys ready? Can we get a drum roll? Fantastic, thank you. Finishing in fifth place from Marion University, I'm going to mess up this last name. She averaged 194.33, Brenna Shakira. Come on up.
As Dr. William Duffy II presents awards to our all-tournament team, starting with Brenna Shakira from Marion.
We got to do one more. Andrew's going to do photos for me too, so I can get them on the website. All the photos we're going to take are going to go up on the UIU Bowling Twitter page and the Facebook page as well. And I think Andrew will put them up on Bowling with the Facts. Yeah, please stay up here. Thank you. All right, finishing in fourth place from Augustana College, Maddie Ladbroke. Did I say that right? I'm sorry. She averaged 198. Ladbroke, sorry. That is the right one. Yep. Finishing in third place, shooting a 263 in game 6 to, I don't know, that's awesome. From North Central College, Jessica Ramirez. She averaged 198.33.
So remember, Jessica was on our live stream pair shooting that 263 in the final traditional game earlier this morning. Hit the first 5 strikes, split in the 6th, then went off the sheet for 263.
Finishing in second place, averaging 199.5 from Valparaiso University, Lilu Smith. Did I say that?
Lilu Smith, the leadoff bowler for Valparaiso, setting the pace for a tournament championship on the team side of things here in our championship match
and
just
finally,
concluded.
Our MVP, averaging an astonishing 200 on this, what I would call a tough pattern, from Valparaiso University, Caitlin Cavender. Presenting to you the 2022 All-Tournament team for the Peacock Classic.
There they are, the
Congratulations,
top
ladies.
5
Job well done.
individual
What I would consider, like I
finishers
said, a hard pattern this weekend.
in the 2020 Peacock
Wow.
Classic. Two from the team
All right.
champion
Any other
Valparaiso
photos? Ladies, thank you.
Beacons.
I do have
And one
prizes
each
to
from
give to you for your
North
awards,
Central,
so after we're done, please come see me and I'll give you prizes.
Augustana, and Marion.
Are we done? Yeah. You're good, you're good. I'm doing third place for ball. On to the team awards. Finishing in third place at the 2022 Peacock Classic from Aurora, Illinois, Aurora University. Come on up, all of you, and your coach, wherever he is at.
I'm hiding. I'm taking pictures. No, I'm good. This is your moment. This is your moment. It ain't mine.
You gotta get in the picture.
I just drive the bus.
No, you need to get in there.
I'll be fine.
Yes.
No one wants to see this going on a picture.
Finishing in second place from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Marion University. I know, I'm from this town. Come on, coach. Come up here, get a photo.
Marion University, if you'll remember, came storming back in the fifth game of individual traditional competition yesterday. Maintained second place and propelled
finally,
themselves into the bracket.
Our 2022 Peacock Classic Tournament champions from Valparaiso, Indiana, Valparaiso University.
Valparaiso leading the field for almost all of this tournament. Fell behind 3-1 in the championship with Marion, the championship match, and came through in the end.
Well, we're stuck at 25-26 for I don't know how long. It was there.
Right up here. Very good.
All right, everyone. Now go home. No, I'm kidding. Thank you again, everyone, for coming. Thank you.
Valparaiso, your 2022 Peacock Classic champions. Hang with us for just a minute. We're going to see if we can talk to the champs in just a second here. All right, everyone, welcome back. We are not on a muted mic, despite what my little marquee would tell you. We're here with the champs, Valparaiso, your 2022 Peacock Classic champions, here with Caitlin Cavender, the most valuable player, and head coach Sean Washington, the most valuable coach. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
Let's start maybe with Coach. We saw the championship match. You guys are down 3-1, seem to be struggling a little bit. What did you tell them, and what happened after that?
I think we get tight. This is the first time for us in a little while as a program, and I think the players just got a little tight. We were bowled great the first set. We didn't bowl under 200, so I knew we were capable. We had a line. We just got nervous. It's the first time been in a championship pairing in a while, so I think they just needed to relax, and then credit to them, they did, and they threw great shots the rest of the way out.
Yeah.
It's a good team, so, Marion's ranked. So to do that against a ranked team that knows how to win as well is fantastic. It makes it even better.
Sure. Take me back to that match. What was going on down in the lanes? What did you see? What did you tell the other girls?
I was struggling. I definitely was struggling hitting my target, kind of like seeing like the lanes and seeing the ball motion correctly. So I think my main goal was just to like kind of like get away with spares. Like not necessarily like throwing strikes, but throwing the best ball I can and hopefully getting a spare.
Yeah. The most valuable player award on a 200 average. So you got to think, for us casual observers, that shot was pretty demanding. What was it like to play both on the fresh and once it got burned up a little bit?
Yeah, so yesterday I actually really struggled. I shot 173 on my first game, and I didn't really see it. I was just kind of getting away with spares, kind of mixing some stuff up. But then we eventually ball changed in game 3, and I went 200, 200, 200. And that was kind of my game plan walking in today, is just kind of like relax and stay focused and make your spares, and that's what I did.
Yeah. Tell me what makes this team gel so well. It seemed like they were in communication. They, seemed to be sticking with it through the ups and downs. I mean, it's, not always easy to do in a Baker match situation, wouldn't you say?
Exactly. I think we've had to fail quite a few times before now. And believe it or not, Lilu and Caitlin are both freshmen. So, again, experience. Haven't been placed in this position, still learning the college game, still learning the teams. And bowling in the Southland Conference that we do against, in my opinion, the most skilled conference in the country. They know the level they have to rise to, and today they picked a great opportunity to do that and show that they're capable. So I could not be more proud than the way they responded, being down 3-1. So the pattern played to us and to what we'd like to do. So when that happens, you have to take advantage of it. You really do. So, and they did today. So hopefully it's a springboard to competition and get ready for conference in March.
Yeah. Always great to win a tournament. And this one is kind of special because you guys are history makers. You're the first champion of this event because this is a first time event. How does that feel for you?
It's going to be something I remember for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Fair
It's
enough.
been a while since this program has won an event.
All right.
So no matter the level of competition or where you're at or what you're doing, it's always good. It's always good to win. You never want to take it for granted. So to be the first is something special. So, obviously this tournament will continue to grow. Nicole's going to do a great job. So to say you're the first to win it, it's a big deal. And
Yeah.
we're going to be very proud of it for quite some time.
Well, congratulations to you and your teammates, Valparaiso University, the first champions of the 2022 Peacock Classic, as we get a little round of applause from Marion's head coach behind the camera there. Safe travels back to Indiana
Thank you
for you
being here.
guys.
Really
Yeah,
appreciate
thank
it.
you for being here.
Really appreciate it.
You bet. Happy to do it. And that's going to end our coverage here in Waterloo, Iowa. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. And take care. Be just and fear not. If you're interested in bowling with the FEF, you can see our show. We are weekly on this YouTube channel, interviewing bowlers, people who are passionate about the sport and just love to tell their own bowling story. If you're interested in finding out more, please email me. You can find me at bowlingwiththefef@yahoo.com. For now, be just and fear not. And we'll see you later. Again, Valparaiso University, your 2022 Peacock Classic champions. Have a great day, everyone.